Good afternoon. I'm working on trying to get better about at least actively starting within the first 5 minutes than the slightly later starts that I have had in the past. Like my stream starting and like there being absolute silence for the first 10 minutes. It has gotten now to where in at least the first 6 minutes I will turn on my VTuber and I will start talking. Which I am happy with myself for. But how are we doing? How is everybody? Hope our day is good so far. Stain Tampon, it's good to see you. I checked the PlayStation. I checked PlayStation Store about Path of Exile 2. It is not on sale currently. I don't think the sale will hit until the time that it actually drops the new league, which will be like 3 hours from now currently. But that just means we'll get some time to actually do some Act 3 of Path of Exile. Which that'll be fun. Maybe then, possibly. Hello Proteus, how are you? Chillin', that's good. That's good. So I guess I will check the PlayStation Store in an hour and see if it updated. If not, we'll wait for the actual drop of the new league then to see if the discount for Path of Exile 2 hit. And then at that point, at that time, we will then switch to Path of Exile 2. Also, I was watching the trailer for like the information of Return of the Ancients and it's because I don't have a head pat redeem. It will be the longest 3 hours. But I was checking when the new league will release, and it says it releases at 1 p.m. Pacific time, which is 3 p.m. Eastern. But I was looking at the new ascendancies for the classes, and Monk has the martial artist, which... yeah, it's not great. Monk already has an ascendancy, basically, that can turn you into the avatar. But the thing is it's like... to be able to accurately make an avatar build with the Monk in Path of Exile, you can't just have... you can't just have control of the elements. To be able to accurately make a monk be an avatar in Path of Exile, you have to have elemental control, and you also have to have martial art experience. So, I'm probably not going to actually use the monk character. I might choose a different character, but I think now is the time for me to make my avatar. I think now is the time for me to actually, build the avatar. Because now that we have the ascendancy for martial artist and we have Evoker, I'm going to turn into the avatar. Also, before I started stream, I ended up going to the dollar store that's just down the road from me and getting hydration stuff. Mostly caffeine. I have been without caffeine for what feels like centuries. And with the bullshit that the universe has just thrown at me the last several days, I feel like I am due for a personal treat. However, in the process of grabbing caffeine, I grabbed some non-caffeinated things too. So I got 2 bottles of Pepsi, I got Fruit Punch Snapple, and I got Fruit Punch Brisk. I considered getting a blue raspberry and pomegranate brisk iced tea when I was at the dollar store. But I am trying to make sure I have as much stuff, as much money in my bank account right now as possible, because my bank account is running on fumes. I have just enough in there to be able to get Path of Exile 2. And it's not that big of a disaster zone. I do get paid the beginning of next month from my job, so at least I will be replenished on money again, but sitting with $35 in my account right now it's a little I usually try to keep at least 200 in there for all of my basic stuff, but my mental has been in the, trash can, and I've spent quite a bit on ordering food that I haven't done in a while, because the last several days has been a whole lot of, I just want comfort food. That's what the last couple days have been. I will say, though, today's not too bad. Physically, everything is still there. The pain, the weight, it's still there and it still hurts. But my mental is beginning to pick up a little bit. I feel like I was able to tell my mental was starting to get better because of the fact that my sleep is improving. But anyways, we'll begin the game in just a moment. I gotta take a wicked pee. So I'll be back in a few seconds. have returned. However, I'm doing some quick postings before I turn the camera back on. Okay. I still have 3 trials of ascendancy I need to do. Where I will find those trials, I don't know. Realm will be restarting in about 30 minutes. Welcome to Path of Exile, everyone. We're already starting and we just started and it's already a clusterfuck. Jesus Christ. How did we get here already? How did we already get into a clusterfuck? Oh, just pooping out babies. I will create the Illuminati.
That would only slow me down.
Create the holy trinity of shrapnel ballistas.
Choose what you wish. The greatest taste shall be yours. That would only slow me down.
Never have I seen before a rapier called a foil. That is news to me. Welcome in. Let's bleed, knockback, knockback, explosive trap. That everything? That the whole mirage? Yep, that's the mirage.
Through chains broken.
Welcome in, Ragzin. This is Path of Exile 1. If you read the stream title, you would understand why. You're half asleep, that's fair. I am also, like, barely conscious. I understand the, like, half-conscious struggle. I have approximately 2 hours before the new update for Path of Exile 2. You also have a dissociative disorder? Nice. Well, not nice. I mean, it's nice to meet another person with one. But having one in and of itself is not, in fact. It certainly is. And the day in and day out of dissociative disorders varies so much because of the fact that one day things aren't that bad and then the other day things are like a lot worse. There's no consistency with how things are when you have a dissociative disorder. I also do.
What do you want?
What's going on?
Oh, that's rough.
Yes.
I'm sorry that happened to you, Ragzen. The longest time, and I won't necessarily say that I lost myself, but I had like a very bad brain fog where I lost time for about a month and a half.
What's up?
Okay, I have 15 minutes to go back to the crematorium. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, it's not great. And the thing is I know there are people out there who have it worse, but it's still not great. I'm the first person that you met that has had it. I appreciate that. So like I go through periods of rough dissociation, but I also have dissociative identity disorder. So it's not even the fact of I have periods where I will actually like lose time, but there's periods of I will lose time. I will lose time. I will not have memories of things. And I've been told by people, and the thing is also like my system itself also like it keeps up with itself. Which not all do. Mine personally keeps up with itself, but if you... I don't know if I have it linked in my panels. I think I do. If you type in exclamation mark Ko-Fi, which is KO-FI, that is what I use for donations, since Stream Elements is going through it. You put a dash between the O and the F. Ko-Fi, are we not working today? We're almost restarting in 10 minutes. Found it? Okay. Let me test the Ko-Fi again, because it was strange that it did not... Strange Ko-Fi is not going off. Ko-Fi, are you okay? Oh, Ragzen, thank you. You didn't have to do that. I do appreciate it, but you didn't have to do that. Welcome in, Diego. I am also streaming to YouTube. But like, realm is starting in 5 minutes. When it reaches the 1 minute mark for when the realm restarts, I will probably check the PlayStation Store to see if it has updated with the Path of Exile discount for 2. It should have. I was told that like most shops online update around 1 p.m. Eastern, but the new League for Path of Exile 2 does not actually drop until 3 my time, which is Eastern, which is why I'm not sure. When it's restarted, I see. Yeah, when the realm restarts for Path of Exile, I will check the PlayStation Store. Okie dokie. 3 minutes. Three refund points. Maybe we actually don't. Maybe we don't hit the wall. We hit the things like through the door. Yeah. Oh. What? Wait. Oh.
On the night of 1,000 ribbons,
Another trial of ascendancy.
It burned with fires lit by cruelty and neglect. It burned with shame, giving the title of emperor to a man who did not deserve it.
I feel like that's nice though, that the game gives you warnings for when they are going to be closing the server to do maintenance on it, and they give you time intervals. So it doesn't leave you sitting dry all of a sudden.
Greetings.
Okay, 1 minute. The simplest answer to that, Ragzin, is trauma. Trauma is the leading cause for any type of dissociation. And the thing is you say you weren't like this when you were younger, but the thing is that you probably just, and I'm not trying to be insensitive or disrespectful, so you say you weren't like this when you were younger, but what it probably is you just don't actually remember, because that's part of dissociation. It's you separating yourself from the bad to substitute it or replace it with things that make you feel better. Dissociation is a protective defense. It is there meant to protect you from things that are hurting you. That's why people have out-of-body experiences. That's why people will say, I felt like I was not in my body, or they're like, I feel like I was watching things happen to me and I wasn't there to experience them. Welcome in, Ketchup. But like, that's the thing, is a lot of people who are like, I don't remember this happening, or people that are like, my life was so much better when I was this age, and now why does it feel like it's so much worse now? Children are more prone to trauma and more prone to developing trauma-based mental health conditions because of the fact that their minds are much more fragile. And it's why dissociative disorders also pop up more in youth. Most people in their childhood develop dissociative disorders because their minds are not fully formed yet. It's why in adulthood, people who have dissociative disorders aren't fully aware of them. It's because of the fact that as children, that is when it happened to us. So we feel like, we think that this is just a normal. We think that this has how things have always been. You're welcome. And it's like, that's the unfortunate truth about it, is it's like, yeah, you have closure for, and you have closure and you have reason for it, but it doesn't make it easier now that you understand. it's very possible. Because if you were to ask me when I noticed or when I knew, I could not tell you. And the thing is I don't have gaps in between specific age points. I have like complete blocks that I just don't remember of experiences. Because there was something that happened when I was around like 4 or 5. And I don't have memory of it. And every time I try to think about it to figure it out, every time I try to think about it to figure it out, or every time I try to, you know, I get hit with a wall. Also, it hasn't updated yet. Ugh. So more than likely what it is it'll probably update when the new league drops. Which will be a solid 2 hours. And we have to wait 30 minutes until Path of Exile comes back. This is going to be a painful 30 minutes. This next 30 minutes is going to be painful, and so is the so is going to be the 2 hours of waiting. Yeah, guess it's 3 p.m. My brain is buffering. I'm trying to think of things to say to fill in the space while we wait for Path of Exile to update. Oh, you're good, Ragzin. Um, no, that's the struggle of like dissociation is the fact that ugh, yeah, I feel like that's the problem with when a person with dissociative disorders or dissociative identity disorder has friends that don't know about it, is the people they're friends with fail to realize that it's not actually them, and because of the fact that they don't actually know and they feel like it's just you're acting weird, you're acting out, or it's like all of a sudden you've changed or you're different. That is just the epitome of you're not the same person you used to be, therefore we don't want to be your friend anymore. But it's like that's because they don't know. But because they left, they also didn't give you the chance to find out what happened. And I can't say that I've lost friends to it. I can't say I've lost friends to dissociating or to my dissociative identity disorder. More so, I have cut people off for toxic behavior, and it's not even toxic behavior of them dissociating or toxic behavior of like, because I also have other friends. I have other friends who also have it. And it's like, I haven't cut people off specifically for having it or for the actions or behaviors of their others. I've cut people off for the actions and behaviors of them as the primary. Because I very much am a person of accountability matters, especially as somebody with a dissociative condition. I very much am a accountability matters. A friend of mine in another server that I'm part of posted a short on YouTube about how it's important to like hold the integrity and to like it's important to keep the integrity of your community, but also to protect your community as well, and how when people are being rude and disrespectful and just all around disgusting, how you need to take care of yourself. And yes, it feels bad when you have to cut people and get rid of them, but when they are making you or other people like you know and care about uncomfortable or are treating them badly, you have to be the person to like make the hard decision. And I am very much the kind of person, this is a hot take, people are going to, like, have a lot of feelings on this. Ragzen, you don't have to avoid being too close to the community. I assure you, you do not. You are welcome to join it, you are welcome to become a piece of it, and you are welcome to become very close in it and to it. Because the thing is I completely understand. I do. But this is the other thing too, is my community in my channel is a safe space. I am very mental health safe and I'm very mental health positive because you lost your, oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah, I haven't lost my fiance because of it. More so, I feel like he just doesn't understand it, and therefore he just doesn't acknowledge it and doesn't treat me differently because of it. He treats my others as if they are still basically me, but not necessarily I lost a partner because of it, but more it's the fact of I couldn't accept being with a person who was going to disrespect me because of it. Like, I have left a partner because of the fact, like, I was very forward about it, and I was like, I have this mental health condition that means I'm not always myself, and I'm not always the person you're going to be talking to. He's like, yeah, I'm not okay with that. And the thing is he's like, I always want you to be the one that I'm talking to, and this and that. And it's like, if you can't accept the fact that I have a dissociative condition and dissociative identity disorder where I will not always be the one talking and I will not always be the one fronting, then I don't want this. Because the thing is I'm also very much the people who care about you and the people who love you will try to understand and work with you. I'm sorry. No, you're okay. You're completely fine. You do not need to apologize for what you are going through and how it is making you feel. Try to find something that makes you happy, or something that usually when you're stressed out brings you comfort. Like if there's certain kind of music that you like, or excuse me, if there's specific kind of music you like, or if there's like a specific types of videos that you enjoy, try finding something that will help bring your stress down and also bring you some comfort. Like, not a whole lot, but to at least, take the edge off. It's not, and I know it's not going to be easy, because severe brain fog is no joke. Severe brain fog is very difficult to, like, deal with. And not in rapid succession, but also try taking deep breaths. Like, try taking a deep breath about, like, every minute or so, or every 5 minutes. Yes, if you need to get help, please get help. But know that like you are welcome here. But I hope that you are okay. There is an ad also starting in roughly 7-ish minutes. Man, I wish that Path of Exile 2 would have updated with the discount. At least... Hold on, let's see if we can get back into Path of Exile. It said that it updated. Oh? Alright, we're back. I I guess people are taking the full 30. Look, if I'm able to get a 5-minute, like, if I can get ahead in 5 minutes, I will take it. Like, 5-minute early run, I'll take it. Hi, Shrimp. And I rebranded a couple months ago. I mean, the fox is fairly new. But I rebranded a couple months ago. I don't specifically remember. Thank you. She's on her way? Okay, that's good. Yeah, I rebranded a few months ago, so I'm... Initially, my rebrand idea was a bear. I'm playing around with ideas. And I'm gonna be completely honest. I'm actually really enjoying my, like... I'm really enjoying the idea of the whole, like, trickster thing. Because initially with the rebrand, it started out as I had rebranded as a bear VTuber, and I've been playing with the idea of as like a nature guardian. So therefore I was a shape-shifting spirit that had a guardian form and a trickster form, and the guardian form was a bear. And the trickster form is the fox. But I've just really been enjoying the whole idea of, like, the, like, trickster guardian. And I've really actually grown, or well, the whole fox thing has really grown on me.
gone.
Approach.
I think before I go into the Mirage, I'm going to try and clear my inventory. And there is also an ad break, so I will be taking my break during this time, so you guys won't miss any gameplay, but I also can get up and hydrate and do other things. No, not yet, unfortunately. Have like an hour, no, 2 hours and 30 minutes. So in the meantime, we're doing Act 3. But I'm going to take my break while the ad break is running, so I will see everyone in a few minutes. I have returned. Got food? Nice. Chat. If you guys own pets, it doesn't matter what kind of pet it is. Just, if you feel super much better, that's good. I'm glad you feel better. If you guys own pets or have pets, do you have a bathroom guardian? And thank you, Galisk. And by a bathroom guardian, I mean, do you have that one pet or even several pets that they feel it is their personal responsibility and duty to protect you while you're using the bathroom? Because before I came back to stream, I had gotten the summons from the throne. I have one cat that she feels it is her personal responsibility to make sure that I am safe at all times while using the toilet, and I have another cat who will sit outside of the bathroom and guard the door while there are people inside using it. Cat stands guard. However, the thing is my cat that actually comes in and make sure it is her personal responsibility to make sure that I am safe at all times while actually using the toilet is not a great bathroom guardian. She'll come in, she will check on me, ask for attention, and I'm like, ma'am, miss, my void. I am currently busy. I would love to give you attention, however, currently my focus is on other duties. And then she'll lay down and flip on her back. Now, when I had ferrets, the ferrets also were bathroom guardians. However, to the same capacity of my cat, they were not the greatest bathroom guardians because one ferret specifically when I used to have ferrets, while yes, we're bathroom guardians, however, we're not the best bathroom guardians because they do not protect you that well. One ferret, while you would be on the toilet, would curl up in my pants down at my feet and fall asleep. Which is like, little guy, that's definitely a place to fall asleep. the toilet is the one place where you are obligated to give me the attention because you cannot redirect it anywhere else, because that is... You cannot redirect your attention anywhere else because you cannot... You have nothing to give your attention to. Because you have nowhere else you can be right now. The cats understand that when you're on the toilet, you cannot leave to get away from them demanding attention. So therefore, they're like, I have you trapped. You have no choice but to pay me in full, or I will come after your family and everything you love. Toilet hostage. Boy, what a place to be held hostage at. Key was up, by the way. Ooh. I need to check PlayStation Store to see if it's actually on sale, though. Because that's the thing that I'm waiting on, is for it to be on sale. My build process for Path of Exile right now is a whole lot of I'm still figuring it out.
My mana is gone. Approach.
Yes, I have. Back when Mirage first came out, I started as a PC player for Path of Exile. However, when Mirage came out, it caused a lot of performance issues, mostly like bitrate and frame rate droppage on my PC. So I could not play it on PC. Or at least I couldn't play it on PC while also running my model. Well, fiance several months ago got me a capture card because of the fact that I wanted to play Bloodborne. And the emulator for Bloodborne is very buggy. And he has Bloodborne on PlayStation. I just needed a capture card to be able to play it. So he got me a capture card so I could play Bloodborne and stream it. Well, he also is like, why don't you just use the capture card more and like play more stuff from the capture card and like play more stuff from console? Because he's like, most of the games that you play and that you stream, I have on console. And it's like, you know what? That's fair. And I'm like, I'm gonna do console Path of Exile. Especially since the last time I tried doing PC Path of Exile for Mirage, I was having performance issues. And since I've been playing it on console, I have not had any performance issues. And I'm like, you know what? Like, don't get me wrong. I have a community member that that when I played it on PC, that I would play it with them. And it feel like, don't get me wrong, I feel bad that a lot of people probably have it on PC, and I would love to play Path of Exile with my community, but it's the fact of, I don't think a lot of people, if any, have it on console or even have console. And grinding gears, why is Path of Exile 2 crossplay but not Path of Exile 1? Also, while we're here, I gotta look a thing up. This has been on my mind for I don't know how long. No, Path of Exile 1 does not have crossplay or cross progression. Path of Exile 2 does. It has both those things. But Path of Exile 1 does not, which is weird. Okay, I gotta know, this has been bugging me. Chat, don't answer this. I am wanting to set myself up for disappointment. Is the Goblin Troop in Path of Exile 1 exclusive to PC? It's not! Then why have I not seen them? It's a microtransaction. I've seen them literally everywhere on PC, and I don't even buy the microtransactions. I'm gonna have to get the Goblin Troop. I cannot live without them. I need the Goblin Troop. Yes, I'm going into the Mirage for frogs.
Slow me down.
The Goblin Troops are amazing. I love them. And apparently my Twitch community has this thing. Apparently my Twitch community has this thing where they are obsessed with wanting to know what the Goblin Troop smells like. Welcome back. Like, apparently knowing what the goblin troop smells like is important to them. Q is up. I did see that, although I need to see if it's actually on sale, though. I will check as soon as I get out of the Mirage.
That would only slow me down.
Should be. I will check when I get out of the Mirage. I still stand on the Astral Wardens sound like they're saying Glorious Las Plagas. It is free weekend, but I still want to have, like, the full game. And it is on sale for $15 up. The free weekend is up until, like, June 1st, but it's on sale for, like, $15 today. I don't know if it's on sale the entire week. But yeah, I still want the full game. I have it on PC, don't have it on PlayStation. Oh my god! The frogs! Wait, are those actually frogs or are those toads? Get away from the frogs! You will not have me hurt those precious beans. You monsters. They killed the frogs! I am appalled. Some of the frogs in there died too. Bastards. You bastard. Oh, how could you? No. Get out here and fight me. I will not hurt the frogs. This is the only room where I was able to save the frogs. Oh, I was able to save the frogs in there too. You know what? I'm not going after the extra caches because we are protecting the frogs.
We are victorious for now.
Yes, I've played keyboard and mouse on PC, and Path of Exile from... So Path of Exile 1 on PC doesn't feel awful, because of the fact that, like, you mostly just move and attack, and you have your abilities. Controller doesn't feel much different. It's just getting familiar with, like, the UI interface that, like, the options button clearly opens up the menu, and I keep hitting the center of the controller. Well, no, I keep hitting that expecting to open my inventory and not, and you need to hit, like, the touchpad for inventory. Playing Path of Exile 2 on KBM feels kind of weird, and it's because of the fact it has a dodge mechanic. So I switched to playing controller with Path of Exile 2 when I was still on PC, and it's because of the fact that with the dodge mechanic it just felt better. Still hasn't updated. Hold on, let me check. Yeah, so hi, clown. Let me look at Steam. Because right now it is looking like it's literally just Steam, Epic, and Xbox. But also it's saying that all this is not going to actually occur until I'm looking at information for Path of Exile 2, because it's supposed to be the free weekend. There's also supposed to be a 50% discount because of Return of the Ancients and the new league, and trying to figure out when all of this is supposed to happen. It's saying at 1 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time, which we still have like an hour until that. Oh, glorious Reddit community, what? Yeah, well, here's the other thing too, and this is actually a very fair point, but it's also very unfair. The reason why it might also, we'll have to see when it actually hits 3 o'clock, or 1 or 2, whatever time zone you guys are in. We'll have to see until it actually reaches that point. But this is actually very fair, and it makes sense. The reason why, if when it hits 3 and this doesn't update, the reason why it might not be supported on PlayStation is because of Sony. So the reason why, if it doesn't change at 3 on PlayStation, is because of Sony. Because Sony is a greedy bastard that doesn't care about its consumer base. But we'll have to see when it actually hits 3 p.m. When it hits 3 p.m., that will be the deciding factor. It's Sony, and you're expecting there to be a reason or an idea for why. It's Sony. Yeah, pretty much. Oh well, we still have 30 minutes to try and do stuff in Act 3.
Talamoana, Exile.
No, honestly, Sony is I'm waiting for the, like, 50% discount for Path of Exile 2. Also, the new League for Path of Exile 2 comes out at 3 o'clock, which is what we are waiting on. Again, we'll have to wait until 3 o'clock to find out. We'll see.
On the night of 1,000
Hopefully, yeah.
our finest city burned. It burned with fires lit by cruelty and neglect. It burned with shame for giving the title of emperor to a man who did
No,
not
I'm
deserve
not. I'm not hopeful that the servers will hold either. They'll probably explode the same way that the servers for Path of Exile exploded during Mirage's release. Probably. Well, the update will go through, but the servers will definitely be screwed.
My mana is gone.
Like, even if the updates don't pass... Like, even if the updates don't pass for PlayStation, they'll pass for other other platforms the game is on.
Allow your wisdom to be tempered by the flames of the past.
Woo! Alright, that's the trial of ascendancy there. Ooh. I am giant. The update is not out yet, Smallboger. It will be out in 30 minutes. You're welcome. Yeah, it's not out yet, and that's why I'm playing Path of Exile, because we're waiting for New League. Yeah, PoE is short for Path of Exile.
Because you answer to no one. And that's why no one will miss you.
You're a horror fan? Oh. To each their own. There's nothing wrong with horror.
This is how the real world is. Your ego will kill you, Huntress. Enough of this. That's impressive.
Well, that's the thing, is everybody has their preference of things they enjoy, and it's nobody's right to, like, dog on somebody for things, like, they enjoy. Like, I prefer RPGs, MMOs, and I prefer RPGs, MMOs, classic games, and indies. I have a few horror games I'll play, but not a lot because I'm not a big horror person. No, I'm not a Dead by Daylight fan. If I'm being completely honest, the last time I played Dead by Daylight, I was camped and tunneled by a killer that kind of just threw off my entire mood for Dead by Daylight. What genre of horror? I'd probably say, like, cosmic or eldritch horror. Okay, so for instance, like, I like Bloodborne. I do enjoy Souls games. Yes, I very much like Final Fantasy. I like Souls games, which Souls games are RPGs. But I really like Bloodborne, and Bloodborne is a horror game. The Souls games are horror games too. Yep, cosmic and eldritch horror. You have just the game? Oh, do tell.
Poor Tolman. I made
The horror part is 30 FPS.
when he first arrived here. It said it'd never take it off.
Dredge, I have seen Dredge. It looks very interesting.
Not once. I need to give you something. I asked a lot of you out there in the slums. More than I should have. You tried. And that's all we exiles can ever hope to do.
I no longer dream when I sleep. I have a nightmare. The same nightmare over
My favorite Final Fantasy.
the mirror. It's never my reflection looking back. First time that mirror appeared to me.
Out of the Final Fantasy games I have played and completed,
I had the displeasure of sharing a pen with
I have to be honest, I'll have to give you the answer for, like, the ones I have completed, which I've completed Final Fantasy Crystal Bearers. I really need to get a active subscription for 14 again and give 14 a shot. Every time I've tried to play 14, I could just not get past the beginning of it. I need to play the other Final Fantasy games because there's a lot of things that, like, I just not really. I want to, like, whenever I decide to play Dredge, I want to go into it completely blind. That's my preference for any kind of games I play. I want to go into them blind with, like, no knowledge at all and learn things along the way.
To the King of Shades for one more day in the sun. The last day in the sun. That's but a portion of the full epic. The Gemling Queen lived, and she's the enigma behind the fall of the Ezomites and the Eternals' birth. Look at the Solaris Temple to the northeast. Find the Gemling Queen's remains before piety does, and destroy them.
Mr. Boy, he was always up for a laugh, whether it was at his expense or not. But I wouldn't miss that Clarissa more. Argan's the name, by the way, and it's my honour to welcome you to Dirty Old Sun, the metropolis of opportunity. The opportunity to make something of yourself, or the opportunity to have a very messy death. Victaria was a poet what ended up leading a rebellion, right under the nose of Emperor Chittis. But here's what really interests me. Our wordsmith was quite the talented larcenist as well. Pulled off the heist of the century, in the name of the people, of course.
I have no clue if Crystal Bears is the remake of Crystal Chronicles. It might be. Like,
search out those heroic busts for me.
let me look up the name. I know it was a Wii game. Yeah, it was Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles: The Crystal Bearers. Welcome back, Ragzin. Was out on a short walk. It's good to get out sometimes. I did play Echoes of Time. I don't remember if I beat it though.
Tolman's dead then. Another victim of Piety's cruelty. Perhaps he escaped lightly. Look upon Grigor to see what life entails under Piety's influence. Let me offer you something. In recognition of all that you have done for us. We shall mourn Tolman's death, as we shall treasure Clarissa's life. General Gravisius demands absolute obedience from his black
I do think I beat Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles: Echoes of Time. But like I said, I don't remember. It's been a while.
And murder Gravisius in his own barracks. He'll be ripping the very mind from the skulls of our enemies.
$20 before we can check the store and see if you have dough in your... all good. No, I haven't. Growing up, I was very limited to what I had access to and what I could play because my family didn't have a lot of money. And the local library had a very limited collection of games. Yeah. Your friend keeps throwing you dough. Man. Tell him he needs to stop throwing your money. That's how you lose it. I do intend to play a lot of, like, older games now. Yeah. it's not right that your friend is like throwing around dough. And truthfully, also at the same time, I very much am the kind of person of if your friend is over, but if your friend is over and he cannot like respect what you're doing, he shouldn't be allowed to be there. But anyways, Galisk, I have plans to play a lot of older games now that I have means to and accessibility to them. Because my fiance is a system collector and a like game collector, and so he has a lot of game systems and a lot of games. Huzzah! Waypoint! He is a fairly chill person. I want to get back into playing Souls games that I had like set down a couple months ago. But like I had set down Dark Souls Remastered because Ornstein and Smo upset me. I also am going to be getting back to playing Lies of P soon because I had set that down to just play Path of Exile and Path of Exile 2 because I had a unfortunate tragedy with a pet recently, and I'm kind of just, I'm playing things that are
This seems like a good area to build a hideout,
giving me
but
comfort
it's
and
filled
making
with
me happy.
monsters.
And I know
Are you
that if
curious
I
if anything
had
dangerous?
decided to play Liza P with my mental state, that it would just, it would not help it. But there's the chance that I've never made it into the DLC. I didn't actually finish the base game because of the fact that I had set it down. It definitely was. I set Liza P down for some time because I had gotten very focused and driven into playing Bloodborne. And then I took a break from Bloodborne to start trying to like focus on my rebranding. And so I ended up getting like really focused into playing World of Warcraft for some time. But I am looking into playing the God of War games.
Curious.
Really, it's just my brain being like, this seems like it would be interesting to play. And I'm like, I'm just gonna do that. Yep. Also, Galisk, here's the interesting thing. Bloodborne not getting a remake or a remaster isn't actually completely on Sony. It's actually on FromSoft. Because the thing is FromSoft and Sony were in the talks and they were discussing making a Bloodborne remaster, but Sony wanted to outsource the remaster to a different production studio than what had already been used to make Bloodborne, and FromSoft wanted to actually stay with the first studio that made Bloodborne in the first place. But they couldn't come to an agreement, and therefore FromSoft pulled the plug on a Bloodborne remaster. And we're not going to get a Bloodborne port because Sony is a greedy bitch. Honestly,
Recognize spoils from chitters, but not from us, eh? I knew you were the Exile for the job. I'm sure you've been more than compensated already from Victario's stockpile, but he's a little extra. Care of something I found
yeah,
under a dead man's bed.
just
Why? Just because I like you.
I wish I mean, we have an emulator for Bloodborne for PC. The emulator is very buggy, though. And I say it's very buggy, but the thing is it also could be the fact that my PC just cannot handle it efficiently. Because I watch a person on Twitch who actually does play the Bloodborne emulator, and it runs fairly well for him. But for me, it crashes a lot. It has visual glitchiness, which it it comes with the territory of finding ways to bring modern games to it comes with the territory of finding ways to bring older games to modern platforms and to like modern systems, because it's the it's the same reason why Destiny ended up it's the same reason Bungie ended up putting a lot of the old campaigns for Destiny 2 in the vaults, in which now people are like, alright, you put all these things in the vaults, now that you're pulling the plug on Destiny 2 and you're no longer going to support it, are you going to give us those campaigns back? It's the issue of coding and systems, because to be able to move an older game to newer systems and newer platforms, you need to be able to update the coding and update all of the firmware and stuff for it to be able to work on newer things. Yeah. And it's like, it's amazing that we have an emulator for Bloodborne on PC. In fact, we even have an emulator for Demon's Souls on PC. But it's still the fact of, these are old games with old coding and like just old stuff in general, that people are trying to find ways to make them compatible with modern software. That's the struggle. Okay, we're getting down. We're getting down to the last couple minutes before the new League releases. We have a few minutes before we can actually see if things actually update. Although I am going to check Steam, because it could have updated on Steam. It could have updated on Steam. It has not updated on Steam yet. Okay. So it looks like we are going to be waiting 3 minutes. I'm going to give it 5, just to give it a little bit extra time. Things are better, Bright. We're going to give it a little bit of time for the stuff all to actually cycle and to like lock in before we find out if the updates actually went through. I say things are better, and I mean things are better at least slightly mentally. Physically, things are still rough because the pain is still there and so is the weight, but my sleep is picking up and I am doing better with, like, at least gain some rest, but like I said, physically, things are still there. It still hurts. It's still painful. Coping better? I wouldn't necessarily say. Path of Exile 2 has a new league today and new updates, and we're just waiting for the league to drop. And the thing is Path of Exile 2 is supposed to have a free weekend and a discount that starts in a minute. But I wouldn't say it's me coping better, Galesk, as it's more just the healing is beginning to, like, the healing is beginning to, like, mend. Because to honestly say that it's the coping is better isn't true, because of the fact that, like, what had happened with my pet is it's the fact of there's no explanation for it, and there's no way to know what happened, and so, like, because I don't have answers, I don't have any way to be able to, like, actually have closure for it. Because, like, when it comes to, like, saying, like, if you had a cat or a dog, or some sort of pet you have had for a few years, and suddenly they develop a condition that at that point you're pretty much in the stage of the best thing you can do is keep them comfortable until it becomes too much for them, or they just go on their own. It's like, okay, you're aware of the fact there is something going on, but you don't know what caused it, but it's the fact of you have answers for suddenly why the health of your pet is deteriorating, and so you are doing your best at this point to provide it comfort before you have to make the hard choice. And it's like, when you do finally come to the point of you have to make the hard choice, at least when you have to reach that point, you have closure for it. And in that scenario, yes, it's hard, but at least you can come to accept and understand that it was a choice that had to be made. This was I have no answers. I didn't have a choice. It just happened without reason or explanation. And it also comes with the fact of he was doing absolutely fine, and then suddenly he was gone. That's what makes this hard. It's the scenario of the pet was doing absolutely fine and he was thriving, to suddenly he dropped. 1 more hour? Actually, it's 3 now, so it should be out. Oh no, this wasn't a cat. This wasn't a cat. This was a small animal. Which, small animals are good at hiding their pain and hiding sickness, because in the wild they have no choice but to, because if things catch on to them being sick or injured, they'll die. Look at the webs. Oh no. No, you're okay. You're okay, Galisk. Path of Exile. You lied. Wait. No. No. They didn't lie. No, that was not a cough. No. It's not the fact Path of Exile died. It's the fact that I didn't do my time zones right. I didn't do my time zones right. I thought that the new league was going to drop now. I forgot Pacific Daylight Time is 3 hours behind me. Meaning right now it is only noon for them. We have another whole ass hour. They are mean. Chat, I'm going to take a hydration break. I'll be back in a couple minutes. We're gonna grind out more of Act 3 for a whole ass hour, and then we're going to switch to Path of Exile 2. Anybody interested? Anybody interested who is not in the Discord? Anybody who's interested and is not in the Discord, if you're in the YouTube chat, I do have the message pinned, so you can join the Discord if you want to. It's where community updates will be. It's where we'll hang out after stream. You're welcome to join it. But I'm going to hydrate. I'm going to have a snack. We'll come back in a couple of minutes after I've had something to drink. We're going to grind out Act 3 a little more. I'll see everyone in a few minutes. Okay. $45 to grind out Act 3. Thank you. It's time for them speedrunner strats. Oh. I should also, in fairness, give an introduction to myself for the new people as well. My name is Myth. I yap quite a bit. There's times that I don't yap because my brain is malfunctioning and it is buffering. I tend to just spew cursed knowledge and like cursed animal facts. If you're watching on YouTube, you probably have seen some of my, well no, you'll probably be coming up to seeing some of my cursed animal facts shorts soon. Recently, the things that I have put on YouTube has been me talking about the fact that I am going to turn into a shonen protagonist soon. And that the constant questions of being asked if I am sick, mad, and I'm okay kind of caused me to be a little crazy because I hear them all the time. It is a known fact. I in fact do talk about random animal facts a lot. And for instance, here's our random animal fact for right now. Praying mantises typically grow up with daddy issues because of the fact that male praying mantises have their heads bitten off during mating with female mantises. If you've ever heard the phrase giving head, praying mantises give it a completely different meaning because it's not the typical of what we are told. Instead, it is a female mantis during the process deciding she is hungry, wants a snack, and the male is the snack. Literally. I'm sure that's a common fact. I'm pretty sure a lot of people know that female praying mantises will eat the male praying mantis during sex. But praying mantises do actually have daddy issues because they never get to know their fathers.
What do we have here? Yet another of Oriev's cast-offs. With the problems we're facing here, I do wish they'd send someone with a little more...
I mean, last stream I mentioned the fact that male mosquitoes only live for... I said initially they only live for a day. That's wrong. Male mosquitoes only live for a week. And what their week consists of with life is going out, having sex, and then dying. Male mosquitoes only exist because they are meant simply to have sex and then die. Male mosquitoes exist to commit to the gene pool. That's it. They have no other purpose in life. So at the end of a mosquito's lifespan, what they do is they find the other homies, they go to their homies, they tell their homies, hey man, I had the best day of my life at the end of each day. And then at the end of the week, they'll tell the homies, I had the best week of my life. And then they die.
Even if I can't find a use for it, at least it won't get into dangerous or clumsy hands. In response, the mycelium is going to react. This is where you enter. My Mother Superior used to tell us that God helps those who help each other. Well, I'm dubious of the sort of help you might provide, as it has not escaped me that you are, for lack of a better term, drenched in viscera. Even so, I have some devices we can deploy to help protect my purification plant here. When you're ready, start the pump, then choose a place along the mycelium to deploy a device. Then get yourself ready. As I expect, there'll be more viscera.
Well, another thing is too, is I mentioned a couple days ago that identifying male spiders from female spiders is having to look at True, Galus. Male mosquitoes know what they want and they go and get it. But I told somebody, couple days ago, or well, maybe it was a week ago at this point, I don't remember. But, so to identify a male spider from a female spider is you have to look at their pedipalps, but then also if you can't see them from the front and you can look at them from the bottom. Female spiders have this plate on the bottom of their abdomen that is known as an epigium. Male spiders do not have this. And I was asked, do you know why female spiders have this, like, abdominal plate? The whole reason female spiders have an epigium, or a abdominal plate, is it is basically a lock and key system to make it so that only male spiders of their species are able to breed with them, because it is manufactured, to put it basically, it is mainly the way it is to help guide male spiders to the proper place to deposit sperm so that the females can lay the eggs. And it's there also basically as like a built-in chastity belt against the wrong species, but guidance system for the correct species. Because, fun fact, the way that spiders breed is males actually have to feel up the ladies and then deposit. Males have to feel up the ladies and then deposit with their, I think their pedipalps. The thing is, males have to feel up the ladies and then deposit basically with their, like, hands, rather than the way most species do. look, Galus, like I said, I am an encyclopedia of useless knowledge when it comes to random animal information. Like, the thing is most people, when they are encyclopedias of useless knowledge, it is random ass information. Like, information with no correlation. I am the encyclopedia of useless knowledge when it comes to, like, animals. And when I say animals, I'm not just talking, like, mammals. I'm talking everything. I'm talking insects. I am talking mammals. I'm talking reptiles, amphibians, everything. And the whole reason why I'll have this information is because I am an eccentric with like the type of pets that I have owned, because I've owned spiders, I've owned jumping spiders, I own a snake, I own 2 lizards, I own cats, I've had ferrets. The pet that I lost recently was a short-tailed possum. Okay, Galus, this actually might be cursed. I say this because my mod on Twitch was like, I did not have this on my 2026 bingo card of information to, like, learn, and in fact, I had to write it in because I actually didn't want this information, but now I have it. Crabs, their buttholes are on the front of their body, underneath their mouth. Most species have buttholes on the back of their bodies, or like on the bottom of their body. Crabs do not. Crabs' buttholes are on the front of their body. And they are, like, underneath their mouth. That's I can't, you're literally like, I can't even be mad. I asked for this. Like I said, it's probably cursed information.
What you wish. The most common wish.
Well, here's this also, and this is not so cursed. Snakes' bodies are mostly digestive tract and mostly, like, intestine. This isn't so cursed. Snakes' bodies are mostly digestive tract and intestine, so when a snake farts, it's a full body experience. And they are very dramatic when they fart. They'll act like they are dying. Yes, California king snakes are in fact born to California king snakes are cheeky little buggers. However, I wouldn't. The funny thing is people are like, oh, some snakes are like inherently violent. They are like inherently aggressive. And when I say this, I mean because I had a Colombian rainbow boa, and people thought I had a Brazilian rainbow boa. And so people think Brazilian rainbow boas are inherently aggressive snakes. Snakes are not inherently aggressive. They have to have a reason to be aggressive. Because all of the snakes I have ever had have been absolute dolls. My ball pythons were all very sweet. My red-tailed boa was very sweet. My rainbow boa was very sweet. My current snake, who is a hognose, is very sweet. Don't get me wrong, he's a dramatic little shit, but he is still very sweet. You look at his general direction and he will act like you offended his very existence. Oh yeah, young snakes generally are feisty because they're usually the ones that have a lot of sass still, and because of the fact everything is scary to them. It's not even so much the snake didn't know better, it's just that young snakes like to act like they are tough until they are proven that they are just little guys. Because Apollo, my hognose snake, I've had him for a while now. When I first got him, he was very dramatic. He would bluff at everything and anything. And he would bluff for every reason there is. He isn't so bluffy now. But he still tries to act scary. But he's also reached the point of it doesn't matter how scary he tries to act. He knows I don't think he is scary. I like to make him believe he thinks he's scary. But he's not. He's just a little guy. Kind of. We have 20 minutes until the League for Path of Exile 2 comes out. This is SSF. No, I haven't.
That would only slow me down.
It took a second, but we got him. Yeah.
Yes. Talamoana?
Yes. I recently paused my subscription since I haven't played it in a while. I'll probably go back to it at some point. Welcome in, Ezekiel. Thank you. Happy PoE2 launch day. My plan is to make an avatar, but the thing is like I'm so Galus, let me actually tell you about that. And Ezekiel, my plan is to actually make an avatar, and I'm saying not evoker. I'm going to do a combination of like evoker and martial artist. But Galisk, my main characters, or well, my main classes in World of Warcraft were Druid, Priest, and Shaman. Because I'm a distance fighter. I prefer being able to have like distance between me and my enemy. I enjoy self-sufficiency to where if I need to get myself out, or if I realize I am on like the verge of death, I can panic heal and alright, I'm cool. No, that's kind of the point. That's kind of the point. It's the fact that they're self-efficient. It's the fact that I can handle myself. That's why they're my main classes. I will say, I did make paladins, and so while paladins are probably the one like tank class I actually enjoy, but it's for the same reason I enjoy the magic classes, is because of the fact that it's self-sufficient, but then also I got dogpiled by 10 enemies as a paladin, dropped about maybe like quarter of my health, and survived the encounter. And it's like, if I had been a shaman, a druid, or a priest in that scenario, in that encounter, I would have died. But a paladin, I was like, only a quarter of my health left? Damn, this is eating good.
What is your desire? Destroy the enemy.
Paladins do be like that. But the thing is the reason I don't like being a tank or a healer, the reason I don't like playing tank or healer in like party systems is because of the amount of responsibility that you have on you. Because the one time I ended up queuing up with a party in WoW, and when I queued up, I ended up choosing either to play damage or heal, and I was playing as a priest. I was playing druid. I got picked for healer with druid, and so I ended up loading in late, and the party was understanding of that, but well, the thing is people in MMOs are rough on healers too, because if you can't keep up with your team needing to be healed, and you wipe, you are treated like you don't know how to do your job. I don't like tanking because of the fact that you have the responsibility of you're supposed to take everything and deal everything. So therefore, you are the leading force of a party. And I don't like healing because the moment the party starts to fall behind, you then have to pick up everybody, and if you fall behind as a healer to where everybody wipes, people treat you like you don't know how to do your job. Tank and healer are the two classes in MMOs that get the most toxicity because of the fact they have the most responsibility, especially healers. Tanking is hold the aggro, deal the hits, and make it out alive. Healer is keep up with everybody, make sure nobody dies. And if you wipe, while DPS is just, alright, pay attention to rotation. Pay attention to rotation and sit back and do your thing. Yeah, and it's like, I don't mind playing healer or tank if it's in a party with like my friends. Because if it's your friends, you might get sweaty with each other, but the thing is you're being sweaty in good fun. You're not going to actively rag on each other for like making mistakes or falling behind. With randos, if you make any kind of mistake, you're going to be brutalized. And the hard thing about the MMO space too is the fact of people aren't willing to help or teach new players. They expect you to be good at it if you join a party. Instead of trying to be like, hey, are you new and is this your first time doing this? And somebody being like, yeah, this is my first time doing this and I am new to it. People should be like, alright, that's fine. Here, let me help you. No, instead, they're like, everybody wiped and it was the healer's fault. Yeah. I have not checked out Fellowship. It's cycled a lot on my Steam. I think I have it wishlisted. I don't entirely remember, but I have not. Yep. We are getting closer to the release. We're almost there. We're almost there. It's within smelling range. Alright, Mirage is done.
The astral chain is broken.
The astral chain's broken. That would be a sad story. It'd be a sad story if someone asked so fat that it actually, like, caused you to break. I don't know if this might be a me thing in video games, or if other people follow this philosophy. Does anyone else follow the philosophy of if you're trying to figure out where you're going and you're lost, that you're kind of just like, if I follow this general direction, the general direction that has monsters must be the correct way to go for progression? Like, is that just a me thing, or does anyone else follow that philosophy?
I write this now in hope that someone may remember. The sun is an orb of blood. Twisted twilight shrouds my eyes. The air reeks of anguish. San has plunged into nightmare. The man who served me coffee now writhes on the floor. He rants visions he alone can see as writhing red tentacles grow from his face, as if his eyes had
Yay,
been
waypoint!
seeds waiting to sprout. It's quiet now, my waiter. No more cackling and screaming.
Honestly, like, enemies are little breadcrumbs. If you're lost, just follow the trail of enemies. You'll find where you're going eventually.
The survivors, gemlings both, their skin shrivels and grays to the hue of necrosis. Their gems flare with unholy luster, their eyes black as hatred. A gemling ghoul, it twisted off a corpse head, gnaws at
Q is counting down.
My head now, visions clawing at me.
Yay!
Thinking burns.
I'll waypoint back to Sarn in a second, and then we will check the PlayStation Store.
At my feet. Words flaming, flee me. All is madness.
We have a door. That's to the catacombs. Don't want to head to the catacombs. I just want to make sure I've scouted out the entire area. And PoE 2 begins! Aw, yeah. Alright, time to waypoint back to Sarn. Nope. Moment of truth. Okay, PlayStation does not have the discount. Bastards. Steam does have it. Sony, you bastards. Okay, 1 second. Yeah, no, Sony's the reason why we can't have anything nice. I'm trying to find my password for PlayStation. Oh god, is my internet being slow? Welcome in, Dumpster Bonfire. I am currently in the process of getting Path of Exile. Crashing the internet. Something has to. If it's not my mental health, then why not the internet? Hardcore run over already. Oh no. Curse you, Sony, and your anti-consumerism. Anyways, we now are in the process of waiting for the game to install. So I know I said I'm planning on making an avatar by combining martial artist and evoker. I don't know if I actually plan to do it as a monk or if I plan to do it as a different character. I'm going to hydrate while we wait for the game to install, which, depending on many things, can be anywhere from like 2 minutes to a century. I imagine it'll probably take a bit too, with the fact that it's a new release, but I'll see everyone in a few minutes. I have returned. Thank you. Thank you, and I know, state tampon. And the thing is my priorities are pretty good. My priorities are pretty good. Downloading Path of Exile 2 before Honkai? Yeah. Also, for the record, Honkai's not on the PlayStation because of me. It's on the PlayStation because of Fiancé. When Fiancé and I used to be really big into playing... When Fiancé and I used to be big into Hoyo games, he really liked Honkai. Simply because of the fact that Honkai's mechanics are better to him. Honkai feels better to him. He likes it better because it's turn-based combat. I liked Genshin better because of the, like, freestyle combat. But Fiancé downloaded Honkai onto the PlayStation because he would play it, and he likes it. He hasn't played Honkai for a minute, but... yeah. Honkai is not here because of me, it's here because of him. Plus, I have my family of husbands and wives on Genshin, not on Honkai. I think I only have, like, one character on Honkai that is... Honkai. No, I can see how you thought I was saying Hawkeye. No, I'm saying Honkai. It's hard to hear the N in my, like, nasally dialect. That's another thing that I considered too, because there's a lot of things that it's hard to like understand what I am saying when I'm speaking normally, and it's like I do voice training to become a shonen protagonist, and I wonder if that will make it so that it is easier for people to like understand what I say. Because it's like, okay, I'm going to be learning Glaswegian. I'm imagining that it has to be some sort of like, that has to be like Northern Scottish or something. Because I remember in high school, my world history teacher was talking about the different regions and like their dialects and accents and the way they speak and how they sound, because down south, like in the deep south, you have the like very deep drawls, and people also are like a lot lower. Over towards the west coast, like the Pacific area, you have your I don't remember what Fiancé called them, but the thing is they're very Valley Girls, that was it. You have the Valley Girl people, and the thing is they're very high pitch and high energy and kind of bouncy. Over towards Boston, you get the like Bostonians and you get like the Boston accent, which they're slightly nasally, but they're able to be understood. Although I had a teacher who grew up in Boston and therefore he actually had the Boston accent. And I remember him saying he had to actually go through speech therapy so people could understand him. And then as you get north, like New York and Maine, and then like Michigan has two parts to it. I'm in the lower half, I'm in the mitten. The upper part of Michigan, the Upper Peninsula. So when you get to like Upper Peninsula, New York and Maine, everybody in there is very nasally to the point of they sound almost like they are perpetually sick. Like, they're this kind of nasally. And let me tell you, oh god, I can't stand the sound of myself when I am like that. I can't stand the feeling, the sensation, and the sound of, like, being in my nose. Yes, I sound nasally like this, but it's not as bad as, like, legitimately being sick. Things get thicker for the... Oh, that's interesting. It is completely opposite in Scotland then, huh? Because the further south you get, things get thicker here. Also, Gaelisk, I'm gonna be completely honest with you. I saw Glasgow, and all I could think about was Glasgow from... I can't think of the series. Season of Witches, I think. No, not Season of Witches. Something of Witches. A Discovery of Witches. Glasgow from A Discovery of Witches. That's all I can think of when I see Glasgow. Or Glasgow. I think it's Glasgow. Gallowglass, that's it. That's his name. Yeah, you say Glasgow, and all I can think of is Gallowglass. In fairness, I think it's because of the fact that his character is Scottish. Yep, that's it. That's it. He's Scottish. I feel like the funny thing is that like I know you're like being funny when you're like we're everywhere, but honestly, I really do feel like the Gaelic nations and the English nations are everywhere. And the thing is that like I don't run into and I don't meet Gaelic or English people all the time, every day. When I was younger, there was like, my local library did in fact have a British librarian, and she's since retired. She doesn't work there anymore. But she was the absolute best. Like, she would tell us stories about like seeing her family, and it was always interesting listening to her talk because I don't know how I don't know how people from other countries I don't know how people from other countries respond to or react to people who are like, I just really like this region because I like listening to them talk, or I like listening to how they interact. Because the thing is that the Gaelic or the English, like, people from like the Gaelic regions or the English regions, they just seem like they're so much more forward about how they approach things. Like, you guys, to me at the very least, it feels like you don't tiptoe things. You're very like you're very blunt about it. Whereas here in the US, depending on who you find and depending on who you meet, here in the US, people, because of the fact we have gotten to having to be aware of things, we tiptoe talking about stuff. And it's also the fact of it's the dialect of those regions too, because I'm very fascinated by the language of specifically the Gaelic and Irish cultures, because of the fact it's fascinating. Like, yeah, people in the US pick up bits and pieces of that language and that dialect, and we kind of use it kind of as seasoning in our daily conversation from time to time, but it's not actually our dictionary. It's not actually how we talk. Glaswegian, Midlothian, Doric, and further north talk more folk talk Gaelic. I see. Also, specifically Midlothian and Doric, those just sound like things that come out of Lord of the Rings. Especially Lothian. Doric sounds like the name of a character from like a Lord of the Rings series, and then Lothian also sounds like a character name, but it also like sounds like the name of like a race in Lord of the Rings too. You know, if I had known yesterday that because the thing is we already know Sony is a greedy little rat. We already know Sony is a greedy little rat. If I had known that Sony is such a greedy little rat that it's not going to afford its consumer base with the, like, discount for Path of Exile 2, I would have gotten the game yesterday, so we could have been prepared to have it today. But because of the fact I was riding on the hope that we would have a discount for the game on PlayStation, that's why we're here now. And it's like, there are things that will get discounts. But it's just, Sony's a greedy little bastard. No. No, it's not. Because literally as soon as Return of the Ancients dropped, I checked the PlayStation Store and I checked Steam. It's on Steam. It's on Steam. Therefore, it being on Steam, it also is on Xbox and it's also on Epic. It's not on PlayStation. And it's because of the fact that Sony are a bunch of greedy little rats. I feel like maybe the Dragon Prince has brainwashed me and warped my sense of reality for fantasy race accent expectations, because in the Dragon Prince, the elves have Scottish accents. I mean, yes, in most of your, like, fantasy films and whatnot, dwarves tend to have Scottish accents. But the thing is that in the Dragon Prince, the elves actually have Scottish accents. And I think that the elves in the Dragon Prince are actually the reason why I am so fascinated by Scottish dialect and Gaelic language. Oh yeah, no, it's great when fantasy races actually expand their base of, like, accents and, like, dialects they choose to give. Because it's like, there are so many other languages with interesting dialects out there besides the British. This isn't me saying I hate the British. The British are, in fact, great. And the British are also interesting, but it's like, why does everything have to be a British accent? Why can't we have something that's Irish? Why can't we have something that's Australian? Why can't we have something that's Welsh? The dwarves are Scottish. The elves and dragon prince are Scottish. I love diversity. I will say, the only thing about the British I do not like is my ex. Specifically, I believe I think she's, like, central London. So, like, she has the London accent. Dialect, it's... I will give it to her that she did teach me a few interesting phrases and terms. But again, the only thing British that I don't like is my ex. She can go ride a friggin' bike and piss off. Oh, I am fully aware of how, like, the Scottish thing is they hate the English. I know the Scots are very like, oh, English, yahoo. Yep. I mean, at least I'm familiar with the Scottish joke of the Scots hate the English. I don't know about other people. But again, it comes back down to I'm fascinated by stuff, and I'm also a big culture whiz, specifically mythology whiz. I look up mythologies on a lot of different places, particularly for like spiritual reasons, and then also just I find the mythologies of like different places to be fascinating. And at one point I was looking up information on the Celtic deities because of the fact that it's like I was looking up information on Danu, on the Tuatha De Danann. And here's the thing, is if you guys ever try looking up information on the Tuatha De Danann, prepared for one, not to find a lot. If you do find anything, just not to find a lot of stuff. Two, a lot of ambiguity. I can't say it, but the thing is the Celtic pantheon is very ambiguous. Be prepared for that. Be prepared also for obscurity, because the Celtic pantheon, save for Saint or Lady Brigid, has pretty much been erased from history. Also excluding the Morrigan. And be prepared for lots of misinformation. It is very niche. Because, so, I'm pretty sure majority, if not most people in my community are not fans of J.K. Rowling. However, J.K. Rowling has done a lot of the Fae dirty in her books and her movies, because Druidic lore is very interesting, but J.K. Rowling did the Fae dirty in her books and her movies, specifically when she called the house elf Dobby. The house elf Dobby, for main instance. House elves in House Fae are very common in Celtic lore and Celtic mythology. Brownies are considered friendly, and the thing is brownies are the most common ones that you hear about and that you know of. Brownies, calling the Fae a Dobby, or calling the Fae Dobby, is to the equivalent of calling them retarded or underneath you. So it is very insulting to the Fae's intelligence to call them Dobby. But the thing is like, brownies are fairly familiar in Celtic lore and Celtic mythology. They are house fae. They are fairly friendly. They are friendly to the point of you treat them respectfully, you take good care of your abode, and you don't do anything to actually upset the brownie. However, you disrespect it, you don't take care of your abode, and you literally do everything possible to offend a brownie. They then become boggarts. And boggarts are literally, like, malicious house fae. And they become menaces and nightmares. And the best way to avoid your residential house fae is literally be nice, give it treats once in a while, make sure your house is clean, and just have basic, like, hospitality for guests. Now, as far as I'm aware, and I say this because my house is a mess and it's gotten worse since the roommate has been here with his cat, but it was already kind of trashy when I moved in. I don't think I have a house fae. I would feel bad for my house fae if it did live here, but like I said, as far as I know, I don't have one. Yes. Like, that's the big key about the fae, is just be respectful to them. Most fae are fairly, like, most fae typically don't care. Now, this isn't for me to say to go out, find, like, I can't think of what they're called, but they're like little stones that have like a hole in the center that if you look through them, you can see them. That's not me to say to go out and actively, like, find spirits or find the fae. In fact, that's bad. But it's like, just be respectful. The fae are going to generally avoid humans anyway, because the fae don't like humans. And in fairness, that's fine. That's valid. Yeah. Like, that's valid. I completely 100% agree with and accept the fae for their philosophy of just not wanting to interact with humans. I too would also not like to interact with humans. I unfortunately am not privileged enough to be able to avoid such a situation. I have to interact with humans once in a while. The fae, while fascinating, though, are terrifying. There are spirits within the realm of the fae that it's also just best not to talk about them. It's also just best not to, like, know their existence, because it's to the same effect of how there are spirits in the Native American realm that you just don't say their names, because saying their names is catastrophic. Because the thing is that it's like, so, anybody familiar with basic demonology, I'm I am running into completely like different topics from what I usually do. But this is what happens when you get me going on like things that I am fascinated by. It's in the same way in like basic demonology where demons demons, devils, and like anything within the infernal and the celestial realms will not give you their true names. It will not tell you their real identities, because the moment you have that information, you have complete unwavering power over them, and they are basically bound to you. It is the same way in the realm of like native spirits and the Fae. Identity is powerful to them, and saying the names of certain spirits can actually unleash them and they can like cause disaster. And this is the biggest rule of the Fae. This is the biggest rule. You will always be told this about the Fae. Never give the Fae your name. There are some spirits that are malicious, but most of the time, they're not. Like, there are some spirits within the native realms and the Fae realms that are actually malicious. Generally, though, out of the realms, everything else is not. I have not seen Magus Bride. It has been on my radar. I kind of just don't have the attention for long animes. Like I said, I've heard of Magus Bride. I know of it. It's on my radar. I want to watch it. I just need to find the time to be able to. We're also like 50% through downloading Path of Exile 2. Damn you, Sony. Why do you have to be a greedy little rat? I know a lot of people that have also seen Magus Bride. Or Magus Bride. I think it's Magus. I just needed to find the time and the attention to be able to commit to watching like things again. True. If I had a new PC that had more, like, ports, I could have extra monitors, and then we could watch, like, memes or stuff. But my 4 if you want to include my display tablet. But my monitors are set up between the one that I use for the capture card, which is my middle monitor, my right monitor that actually has Twitch pulled up so I can keep an eye on the quality of the stream, and then my left monitor that has the stream software, including extra tabs, and my display tablet that has Discord and other tabs open on it. And as it is, it's also hard for me to, like, keep track of things with my ADHD and stuff. So if you haven't realized already, Gaelist, I tend to usually respond, or I tend to generally respond, or, like, chat during intervals of, like, less activity in the game. For instance, like, when I'm running around and, like, picking up loot or trying to figure out where I'm going. When things begin to become, like, when it begins to get to the point of there is higher activity, where I have to focus on what I'm doing, I will lock in, because of the fact that my brain, when it is forced in the scenario of having to really focus on things, finds it hard to process the train of thought it was originally in. And I know a lot of people generally are also like, I'm locked in, I might not chat. But the thing is that it's like, my train of thought... No. My eyes can't do the split thing. It'd be cool if my eyes could do that, but they can't. And the thing is like, in games like this, it's easier to be able to also, like, lock in and then get out, because the enemy life pools are generally smaller, whereas in games like Lies of P, Elden Ring, Dark Souls, Demon Souls, Bloodborne, where the enemy's health bar is much tankier, and then you have bosses that go into like a second phase or a third phase. As they go into like their next life phase, they're no longer technically the same boss that you're fighting, because suddenly they're not using the same move patterns anymore. So you have to, like, re-lock in for the, like, new move patterns they're fighting with. Whereas in RPGs, like, well, in JRPGs or ARPGs like Path of Exile, Diablo, the boss's movesets are pretty much the same. So it's... Yeah. And it's like, in this, the movesets are the same. All you really gotta do is get distance and be able to just deal damage. In Souls games, phase 1 is its whole, like, attack pattern by itself. Phase 2 is a whole different move pattern that now you need to re-lock in and relearn. Phase 3, if there is a phase 3, is a completely different move pattern from phase 2 and phase 1, or it's a combination of move patterns from phase 2 and phase 1. And so now you're having to re-lock in and relearn how to combine what moves you were using for phase 1 to do phase 1, and you're having to, like, do the moves that you were using in phase 2 for phase 2, because now the boss is either doing something completely different, or they're combining the things they did in the first 2 phases. And it's just... my brain has enough problems as it is trying to remember the movesets I was using in the last 20 seconds. Now you're expecting me to remember what I did in the last 20 seconds in, like, 5 minutes ago? Ornstein and Smo is not even a change in movesets from first phase to second phase. It's you have two bosses with same size life pool. However, one takes more time to beat than the other. However, in phase 1, they have two different movesets. So it's a matter of, alright, do I prefer to get it in the butt from this guy, or do I prefer to get it in the butt from this guy? Because I know this guy is gonna be a lot tankier and be a lot harder than this guy, and this guy, his only move is he just wants to sit on you. And it's like, alright, at least with the guy that just wants to sit on me, after he tries to sit on me and he fails, he's going to take at least 2 minutes to get back up. I can go in and I can hit him for 4 solid swings and take out like half of his health in that. Oh, trust me, Razakel. Ornstein and Smo are the reason I took a break from Remastered to begin with. Because Ornstein and Smo pissed me off. Like, the thing is Elden Ring was my first Souls game that I've ever played and I ever beat. I need to go back and finish the DLC, but the thing is the Ornstein is... Alright, the Godskin duo is literally just the boss fight of Ornstein and Smo. But the thing is the Godskin duo was for... I know that you can summon the fight with Ornstein and Smo, because you can get Solaire, but you need to be progressed enough in his quest line to be able to do it. That's the issue. I never figured out how to actually progress his quest line to be able to get him. My issue always is Ornstein in the fight. Because Ornstein just can't sit back and watch his husband get beat to death. And it's like, Ornstein, buddy, I get you don't appreciate seeing your husband get beat to death, but you gotta just let it happen. I'll get to you eventually. I don't need you to come rushing me up the butt with your lance. Take a sit back. Like, take a seat. Let me beat your husband. Your turn will happen eventually. Ornstein can't do that. He just has to be right there. Yeah, Godskin was fairly easy, and the thing is that, like, with Elden Ring, it was obvious when you had summons that you could bring into the fight with you, and at the same time, the summoning in Elden Ring is a lot easier than it is in Dark Souls, because in Elden Ring, one, you had to have FP to be able to use Ash summons. That's fine. FP is expendable. You can get by without actually using the Ash summons. But it was also obvious when you'd have an NPC that you could summon. And you didn't have a resource for how many times that you had that NPC. In Dark Souls, there are prerequisites to summoning, like quest lines or fighting the NPC in the open world to where they become a summon later. But also, there's a resource for summoning in Dark Souls. It's based on your humanity. As soon as you have no humanity, you're... And if you don't have the humanity to summon, then unless you're a god gamer, you're fucked. Because Godskin was fairly easy for me because I did have a summon with me in the fight. Because to the outrage to most of the Souls community, my Elden Ring build is a bleed intelligence build. Well, it's a bleed int dex arcane build. Because I am a magic user. Well, the thing is, Razakel, is I started off as a magic user that has then adapted over time into a magic and melee hybrid fighter. But the thing is summons 90% of the time were my primary front. I developed my playstyle based on summons. I got through the game mostly with summons. Because I think there were like maybe 2 bosses. I know for a fact. No, I get that, Razakel. And the thing is I know for a fact that Ronnie's questline specifically, Estelle was the one boss I didn't use a summon for, and it's just because of the fact the summon was not helping. In fact, the summon in Estelle's fight made him, like, 20% harder, which 20% doesn't feel like that much. But realistically, when I didn't have my summon when I was fighting Estelle, it did an astronomical difference. But, yeah, no, that's the thing, is, so, to the outrage of most of the internet and most of the Souls community, my Elden Ring build is a int dex arcane build. My primary weapons are Rivers of Blood and the Moonlight Greatsword. I use summons for most of my boss fights because the way a boss fight goes is based off of the ability for the summon and for me to be able to rotate aggro. Because a lot of the time, the summon survivability is what dictates how the boss fight is going to go. And what I mean by me and the summon will rotate aggro is so before I played Souls games, I first played Monster Hunter games. My main weapon in Monster Hunter is the bow, meaning I've always felt comfortable with, and I have always been comfortable with distance. I prefer fighting from range because I prefer the ability. But I prefer the ability to, when I'm aware of the fact I am in immediate danger, to get out, recharge, and then come back. I transferred a lot of my knowledge from Monster Hunter to the Dark Souls games. That is also why my first build is a magic caster. Surprisingly, I don't actually have a bow build in Elden Ring. Like I said, my build in Elden Ring is Dex Arcane. But, like, that's the thing, is I took a lot of my knowledge from Monster Hunter and, like, brought it with me to the Souls games. Because I've had people who have been like, are you new? Like, is this your first time playing a Souls game? Are you new to, like, the Souls games? Have you played the Souls games before? And I'll be like, no, this is my first time playing, this is my first Souls game. And they'll be like, there's a lot of things you need to consider with a bow build too, like arrows, for instance. But the thing is like, every time I tell people, like, no, this is my first time playing a Souls game, this is my first Souls game, no, I haven't played a Souls game before, they're like, you're doing really well for this being your first Souls game, or for this being, like, the first time you've played a Souls game. Or they'll be like, you don't play like you're new to the games. Because I've been in areas and I've been in boss fights where people have been like, I've gone into this fight prepared for it, like, at the proper level, with good gear, the correct stats, and this fight was awful for me. And they're like, I'm watching you do this fight now. You're under-leveled, you're under stats, you're, like, your equipment's not great, but you're doing astronomically better. And it's also funny because those same people are also just like, I shouldn't be mad that this being your first time and you not being, like, at the proper level for this. They're like, I shouldn't be mad that you're doing better than I was when I was here. But they're also just like, I'm also mad that you're doing better than I was when I was here. And again, they're like, and I was actually prepared. Because that's the way it was when I fought Estelle. One of my community VIPs was just like, you are doing so well fighting this, like, in this boss fight. I fought this boss and it was awful, and I was prepared for him. if by built different, you mean it has no sense of self-preservation? Like, if by build different, you mean it has no self-preservation and just, like, beats their head against the wall until they either lose the will or lose patience? I guess. Because my superpower in Souls games is I just have no self-preservation skills. That's true, Dark Souls does have a way of bringing out a bit of envy in people. Because this is the thing, is, so, months ago, before I rebranded and I was playing Bloodborne, I got the fiancé to agree to co-op Bloodborne with me when I beat Bloodborne on my own. And the joke is that, like, we'll go into it, and we'll like, alright. And I was even like, chat, I will let you guys gamble on this. I will let you guys bet. I was like, alright, who do you think will carry who? Do you think fiancé will carry me, or I will carry fiancé? Fiancé is, I'm pretty sure he was joking, but fiancé's like, oh, I'll definitely carry you. And he's only beat the tutorial boss. He never got past Cleric Beast. I can with confidence say, he mentioned I got about like a third of the way through the game, like base game. Because I beat Cleric Beast, I beat Gascoigne, I beat a couple of like the beasts. I beat Amelia. I was working on Lawrence. I got Lawrence down close a few times. Oh god, Lawrence though. Oh, Lawrence. When I go back to Bloodborne, Lawrence will suffer. So will the living failures. But the thing is that it's like, fiance's like, oh yeah, I'll carry you. And I'm like, says the person that has only ever beaten like the tutorial the tutorial boss in Bloodborne, a mini world boss in Elden Ring, and never even like actually beat the tutorial boss in Elden Ring, and hasn't actually beaten a Souls game, whereas I've actually beaten a Souls game, and I'm working on beating the DLC. I'm pretty sure I'm going to carry my fiancé, because the moment he dies, I'll be the one actually, like, making it through the fight. No, I have not. Now, I do know about the Bloodborne emulator, but I don't know about the mod for the, like, PS1 graphic camera style. Such a stark difference from WoW strategy. That's true. That is very true. My WoW strategy is something. Woo! 75%. We're almost 3/4 of the way. We might actually get to play the game soon. We're nearly there! It'll be a century later, but we'll get there. I mean, if you guys don't mind, if it hasn't bothered you guys, I haven't minded yapping for the, like, what, 30, 45 minutes that we've been waiting for the game to download. Since the start down the ride this wave. We started this journey together, we'll end it together. I appreciate you guys. Here to hang out, chilling, chatting. Ooh, DoorDash ad. Alright, chat, I gotta end it on the ad smash. Wow, okay. Alright, chat, I'll be back in a second. I gotta take a mad pee. I got distracted when I was in taking my pee. And for anybody wondering, like, how does one become distracted while in taking a pee? There was a little guy on the inside of the window in the bathroom. By a little guy, I mean there was this little tiny itty bitty jumping spider. And my brain was like, jumping spider. So I ended up grabbing distracted by guards. If you can call the jumping spider a guard. Oh. I mean, that's a good thing, Razakel. That's a good thing, Razakel. But like, I wouldn't want that. I wouldn't want that. But, so... I've had 4 jumping spiders over the past couple months. 2 of them I got, and they were about, like, maybe the same size as this one, maybe a little bit smaller. They were still slings, so they were also itty-bitty tiny. I had gotten some, like, sling enclosures for them for when they got to be bigger. And then I have gotten 2 young jumping spiders from, like, a breeder in my state. At this point, all 4 of my spiders have unfortunately passed. And the last one that I've had the longest that I got from a breeder, she passed recently, in which, while it still sucks and while it's still sad, it was a reality I was already kind of prepared for, because she either had matured within the last time she molted, or she was in the process of probably maturing soon. So, and spiders on average only live for, like, jumping spiders on average only live for about a year, maybe 2 years. And I've had her for a decent bit of time. So, it was a reality I was kind of prepared for and kind of preparing for. So, when I found her and she had passed, it's not as hard as it could have been. The funny thing, Razakel, is that I have I consider it a complex form of arachnophobia. I have certain spiders I am okay with. Like, I can exist with them. They don't bother me, so I am okay with living in the, like, same space as them. And those spiders are jumping spiders, because jumping spiders are honestly harmless. They cannot hurt people. They are medically insignificant. I am also okay with wolf spiders. They are medically insignificant. Wolf spiders also are hunters to your more medically significant spider species, like brown recluses, black widows, and like anything else that is medically significant. The way they move is a little disturbing, but because of the fact that they actually are more helpful to the environment and to us than not, I am okay with them. I'm also okay with grass spiders, which, we had this, like, big-ass grass spider in our like in the corner of our like outdoor kitchen window by the dining room. And he or she, they have vanished. Don't know where they are, what happened to them. They vanished, but this thing was like massive, and it has a massive web too. But like grass spiders I'm okay with also. Cellar spiders I'm okay with. Huntsmen I am okay with. Orb weavers I'm okay with. From an aesthetic point of view, I am okay with tarantulas. They are pretty to look at. Some tarantulas have like very pretty colors, but they are also big and bulby and they are fuzzy. Therefore, I'm also not okay with tarantulas. I will look at them through a viewing container. I will look at them through a viewing glass. I will observe them. I will think they are pretty. I don't like tarantulas. I also don't like your, like, skinny-legged, big, shiny, bulbous abdomen, spindle-leg spiders. Things that, like, are of horror movies, I don't like. And I don't like scorpions. In which scorpions are arachnids. I don't like scorpions. Now, make it make sense to me how my fiance, who is also arachnophobic, doesn't like spiders, but he likes scorpions. Daddy longlegs are cool. Daddy longlegs are actually cellar spiders. But yeah, make it make sense to me how my fiance, who is also arachnophobic, does not like spiders, but he likes scorpions. And scorpions objectively are worse than spiders. Scorpion legs are not spindly. That's true. That's true. Fiance says the sand scorpions are spindly. So that is true. It also depends on the species of scorpion. Actually, Razakel, it's the opposite way around. It is the complete opposite, actually. Scorpions are unpredictable little buggers. Spiders, you know what you're getting into. Spiders can be red. You can tell when a spider is getting agitated, when they are annoyed, and when they are about to potentially bite, if not, like, kick hairs or something. Scorpions, it can be in a good mood, it'll still sting you. It can be in a bad mood, it'll sting you. It doesn't matter. Scorpions are assholes. And that is why I say that might be the reason why the fiancé likes scorpions, because it is something that shares the same nature as him. What, you want me to take back the fact that maybe the reason the fiancé likes scorpions is because they are assholes and he and they share a common, like, nature? Scorpions are assholes, and the fiance is also an asshole. Therefore, he and scorpions spiritually are the same. I will not take back my scorpion slander. Being called out, it's not calling out if he agrees to it. And that's the thing, is I'm not calling the fiance out by calling him an asshole. He accepts it. He openly admits it. Fiance has absolutely no shame in admitting that he is an asshole. He's proud to admit it, actually. I will say that the only, and I say this loosely, the only scorpion I probably am okay with is the pseudo scorpion or the whip scorpion, because of the fact that it's not actually a true scorpion. It has the pincers, but it doesn't have the stinger. Oh yeah, no, your asshole people are the most real people, and it's because of the fact they don't tiptoe. Like, it's because of the fact that they are extremely blunt about shit. And that's why people say they are assholes. It's because of the fact people don't like hearing reality. They don't like being told the blunt truth. And that's why people call people assholes. It's like, I'm sorry that you can't take the truth, or it's like, I'm sorry that you just can't take reality, but that's what it is. Or, in my case scenario, people call me an asshole, or people call me a bitch, because of the fact they don't like being told what not to do. And I say this in the effect of every time I've played Souls games, or even a few times when I've like played World of Warcraft, or any game with a large audience or a large community base, will have people who will backseat you and tell you how to play the game. I've been called a bitch, an asshole, kind of everything under the sun. I've even gotten the offensive of, like, take the controller and shove it up your butt, because someone told me to just play Path of Exile 2 when I was playing regular Path of Exile, and I was like, don't tell me, like, what to do. And I was like, it's wild that it's 2026 and you're telling people what they should be playing. And it's the fact that people don't appreciate and don't like being told not to tell you how to play a game, or not to tell you how you should play things. %, we're almost there. 84 years later. 84 years later, and I finally downloaded to the PlayStation the entire server of the United States. Soon. Ah, there we go. Oh, back to the distraction though from when I was taking a pee. So, I mentioned the fact that it's like, alright, I saw a little guy in the bathroom window. I have owned jumping spiders. All of them have died. I saw a little guy in the bathroom window. I grabbed the sling juvenile enclosure I had for like my slings when I had them. I went in there with the enclosure and I decided to catch him. I actually don't know if the spider's a male. It's still too young and too small to tell. But now I have a little guy on my desk. And I know there are people out there that are going to be like, why do you have a spider? There's going to be people that are like, why do you have a spider? Why? Why would you do that?
Ranger! An outcast, lurking among the shadows of the trees like an animal. You murdered one of my soldiers in the name of a
No, I
filthy
actually don't
thief.
do that, Razkel.
Your
The
guilt is clear.
little guy is the
Plead for
first one that I've
mercy,
actually
if
spider
you
knapped.
must.
All the other jumping spiders I have seen in the wild, I have actually done the like side quest of relocating and putting them somewhere where they are safer than where I found them. Because most of the ones that I find are usually in compromising, dangerous places.
Foundling! It is a pity to see you like this. You arrived on our shores a whipped and broken child. Our people made you strong. How were they repaid? Sedition and lies. Speak now if you choose. Foul! Foul! Pagan! You failed to liberate your brothers, just as you have failed in poisoning my subjects against me. Call out to your dreamer. Let us see if he answers.
The thing is I want to do the dreamer quest.
Recapture the pagan! Don't let him escape!
Also, as a pagan, I feel connected to a character that is actually considered one.
By the dreamer's will, I have another chance.
Yay, crossplay!
By the first ones, you're alive! I'm glad to see another living soul.
I live, but you are bleeding out. What happened here?
The miller went off to warn Clearfell about a strange sickness plaguing our men. fixing to go after him. Until that bloody thing got to me first. Now, all those who drowned in the flooding, suddenly they ain't so dead no more. I would appreciate it if you could... Breach clear fell.
Rest now. I will see about this miller.
I will say that the D-pad for potions is kind of funky. Then the, like, triggers and... Dark Souls vibes, yeah. That's true, I could. Oh hey, I am in game, yes! Let's remap. Set skill bind. There we go. Oh, that feels better. I've gotten so used to just running around to dodge things that actually dodging feels weird. Oh, I remet my dodging.
but at what cost? Effective.
I remember having problems before with this area and not being able to make it across the bridge. Yeah.
My training continues.
Wait. The thing is the problem was on the PC version, and I'm on PS5s, and so it's like, I don't know if other people on PS5 had that problem, but like I know it was one on PC.
The miller has seen it.
Ow.
Feel the shock! beats.
I don't think you
strength.
would be able to shock yourself, but I'm technically not immune to lightning, because if enemies have lightning, I still get shocked. And it begins.
Well done. Please come inside.
How have the Ezamites fallen this far? That would draw
Friendly's the name. You're skilled with the violence. If what you did out there in the riverbanks is any sign.
The way he's like, you're skilled with the violence.
Well, have no fear.
Sure.
This place is something of a hideaway for many of us now, and we can sorely use your skills in these dark times. I'll smith for you what I can, if you're willing to bend your violence toward our defense. There's a
If I'm willing to bend my violence.
Stalking us out in the felling. It moves unseen under the dirt and attacks without warning. We can't leave the walls to find food, and I've been unable to corner and slay the beast myself. Now, if you could channel your violence against this devourer, as Finn calls it, we'd be indebted to you.
That would draw unwanted attention.
If you can channel your violence, you act like it's a completely different force.
That would draw.
Welcome to the Camp of the Lost. I am Una. This may sound strange, but I recently had a dream about a pagan arriving here.
Somebody is a Harry Potter fan.
All this began the night Count Gino took his most loyal men into the Grellwood. After he returned, a madness grew in him. Something happened out there. Please, I beg of you, travel into the forest and begin your search. There must be some clue as to what took place. I fear this land's sickness will only deepen unless we do something.
I sense within her a kindred dreamer. This isn't the place.
Have we? The name's Finn. Who knows what prizes await? Deal.
Whoops. Give me that.
So you're not surprised to see a thief in a place like this. This isn't the place or the time. This isn't the place or the time.
He makes it sound like he has to fart really bad, but he can't, because it's not the place or the time.
That man may not survive without my help.
Thanks for the help. Name Pharaoh. Some call me Runemaker, but Pharaoh will do fine. I'm far from home, but these lands are even more unwelcoming than I expected.
Yes, a shadow hangs over Ogham, blanketing all that once was. What is your reason for visiting?
Runes, inscriptions, etched into remnants from ancient times. For whatever reason, they burn brighter in all this bedlam.
Now, a smith
You
I may have
know,
been back home,
maybe.
but I'm no clansman, no warrior. Perhaps we can aid each other.
I take it you need protection while you conduct your research.
That's
I have
about
no
right.
clue what that is.
But
It's
you'll
crossing
also
the bridge
reap
right now.
rewards from the knowledge we
It's small
uncover.
and it's cute.
Speaking of, let's investigate that remnant. Ah, formidable inscription. But we can add to it. Combinations of inscriptions react to the will of the inscriber. Look here. My tome contains many rune shapes. Try your hand at one.
Oh shit! That's a scorpion. You know, thank you. Hermit Garb.
That was impressive. The Verisium in that remnant was mighty powerful. You did well. Now, I've traveled to Ogden because I'm researching the origins of my craft. Some Ezamites would say rune shapes were simply brought to us by the first ones. But I reckon there's more to the tale.
Mysteries abound in Exile. How might I assist you in learning?
No, he's not a bro.
Help me in my research, and I'll do what I can to aid in your undertakings. Seek out more remnants like this one. It'll be worth your while. Good on you.
Alright, I'm going to remap some skills again. Yes, Scorpion is Nemesis. There we go.
Feel the shock!
I like my energy shield that I have with the circlet currently. We're requires a wisdom scroll. Oh no. Ow.
Milestone on the endless path. I carry few possessions.
And the curse of inventory management begins. Have a good day, Galisk. Thank you for hanging out. It was nice meeting you. Fighting the hag definitely is easier on controller than it is on PC. Because that fight on PC would have been barbaric. Notice of criminality.
Reports of a number of villages hiding at a logging site. Travel there and convey my order to return. Anyone refusing my order should be considered a traitor and a criminal. Deal with them as you see fit, but bring their bodies back to the manor.
There are certain games that are meant for KBM and there are games that are not meant for KBM. And games with obvious dodge mechanics, I feel, are not meant for KBM. Also, since we did spend like 30 minutes to potentially an hour for the game to download, we will stream a little bit longer. My face is on fire. Well, shit. Need them level ups? I do. I do need them level ups, and them level ups are being quite scarce.
I've no room for that.
I also need to go and sell things. My inventory space is looking kind of scarce. The grail wood. There's the mud burrow. Waypoint. Look at all these randos.
Yes? See you.
Yes. Bye.
Hello. All the best.
How's the clearing?
Yeah. So the thing is that it's like, clearly when I was playing like standard PoE earlier, I was when I was playing standard PoE earlier,
I will treasure it.
I was leaving things behind, but at the, like, right now, currently at the point that, like, I am on standard PoE, is I am looking for things with certain rarities and, like, certain, certain modifiers. And also, it's like, if there's something that's just normal that doesn't even have a rarity, I will stash it, because if I find orbs of alchemy, I will then, like, alchemy orb them to make them rare. And depending on if they have modifiers that I am invested in or interested in or not, or they're like things that are like better than my current gear, I will switch things out. But otherwise, like, I will sell stuff. That's why you will see me hold on to normal bows or armor, is because it's like, alright, I get a alchemy orb, I can orb this, and it's like, is this good or is this bad? If this is good, I'm going to swap and then sell, and if it's bad, I'll just sell it. Now, I have 2 weapons in my stash in PoE that are just there because I'm not going to use them, but they are pretty.
I will treasure it. Stay safe, if you can.
I know the build that I'm going to make as I level up and I get more skill gems and I continue to spec. I will be swapping things out.
A foul lair for a foul creature.
Frost!
I will say the nice thing is that portal scrolls are no longer a resource.
Hey. I'm not sure what I'm going to do with it, but cheers. See you.
Portal scrolls are no longer a resource. Thank gods for that. Yuck. That's the boss there. I wanna try getting any levels I can before I fight the boss.
Yes? See you.
Somebody has Cthulhu as a pet. Okay. I will be back. I'm going to hydrate and grab a snack. I'll see everyone in a few minutes. have returned.
Shut the point!
That was just a that was just a fuck corner situation. Alright. Early game for a monk is rough. That's true. Oh no. Again, first day of the new league, the servers are not going to be happy.
Many legends
the build looks kind of chunky right now and weird, but as I level and I get more skill gems and I figure shit out, it'll come together. I promise.
Savor the field. Keep
Oh,
moving
sweet
forward.
levels. I do need time to cook. I think any monk player in general needs time to be able to cook because, like, you're going to be squishy. You're going to be squishy, and you're going to, like, be aware and okay with the fact that your early game is going to be very slow.
I've no room for that.
Yes? Take a punt. You know you want to. Sure, I'll take it off your hands. Why then?
It does.
Cursed bones!
The fact there is an enemy called Flesh Larvae does not... It doesn't make me feel warm and fuzzy. I also am not appreciative of the fact that when you kill the larger ones, they split in half.
What a twisted nightmare!
You have spawned. Hi, Fire. How are you doing? Very much I'm sorry. I'm doing better than I have been. Last couple days have been rough. And he's being an idiot again? What's he doing? He can't keep doing this.
The tail. Nightmares have no
I mean, I know about the pretzel sticks part. Because he told me he's been living off, like, breadsticks. I mean, not breads. He's been living off of pretzel sticks while he's been there. The vodka part, I only heard about the vodka part once. I don't remember where that was. I know he said it once. But still. The pretzel sticks, like, that's not great, but at least it's not going to cause, like, severe organ damage. Living off of vodka, though, that's going to cause organ damage, specifically liver damage. And just, yeah, no, that's not good. How organ failure is forbidden on his mortality, besides the obvious of, like, his heart, that's wild. Because his heart's just special? Sure, sure, I guess. He's in a coma again.
Hey.
God damn it, Auntie.
Deal.
He needs to stop doing this.
Later.
Ah, finally!
Not even kinda, he just does.
Did you? Oh, that's incredible! This is the first real success we've had against the darkness. We can breathe a bit easier now, perhaps even go out and gather food. Now, this won't cover our debt to you, not nearly. But take it as thanks.
And this is the crazy thing, is I remember Auntie coming in here, like, not too long ago even. I want to say it was Wednesday, maybe. It could have been Monday, I don't remember. It wasn't too long ago, though. I remember him coming in and being like, I remember him being like, he was told his body apparently is, like, getting used to heart surgery or something. He's getting accustomed to something, and it's just, that's a crazy thing to hear. I don't know how to feel about that. Yeah, I mean, I also don't, like, I don't understand the reasons for why someone's body would reject a new heart. But I mean, scientifically, I guess it would make sense because it's something coming from another person. So therefore it is a foreign organism. It's not homegrown, so to speak. And I'm guessing that even though they put organs into freezers to keep them safe and to keep them fresh, that maybe they're I guess it's probably the DNA of the heart or something. Why people's bodies reject new organs that are donated?
Your body rejects viruses. Your body thinks it's a foreign object and is trying to expel it. It's just your immune system.
Yeah, that's what Fiance just said, Razaka. It's the immune system. It's pretty much the whole thing of it wasn't homegrown, so therefore it's just not homegrown.
Feel the shock! That's what a lot of the drugs that they give donors, they give recipients. First off, reduce the immune system. Wash the body as much as possible, like he said, blood type, different pathogens, stuff as much as possible.
That's why I was maybe the reason a person's body rejects donated organs is because of the fact it's DNA or stuff.
All it is just masking your immune response. That's all they're trying to do. Trick your body with
Body's like, wait a minute, this isn't mine. Why the fuck is this here? Yeah. Although, does our body react the same way to, like, artificial things?
To a lesser extent, but yes.
Like, people who get artificial valves put in? Fiance is saying body still relaxed to artificial things being put into, just not as much as if they're like real veins or like organs.
Invader! Is still!
Fiance said that when you have organ implants that they generally actually do have you like take medication and shit to basically like suppress your immune system so that it doesn't as aggressively like attack the new organs. Also, controller's about to die, so I need to switch it.
remnant of the old magics.
Foul creature!
These roots are suffused with a strange magic. I must maintain a fine balance.
Lightning!
tired of the slaughter. Not sure what I'm gonna do with it, but cheers. Go make a legend or two.
I've never known mushrooms to grow in this part of the forest.
Loathsome creature.
Thank you. I've played Monk before, so I'm familiar with it, but it starts off very slow. Because the last time I played Path of Exile, the two classes that I played were Monk and were the Huntress. So, I'm familiar with Monk, I know what Monk is like. It's very slow right now.
By decree of the Count of Orm, those condemned to hang from these branches are to be left till their hearts no longer beat, their lungs no longer fill with air, and their flesh is no longer warm. In death, you are not forgiven. Your souls will remain trapped here by this ancient moor of maligned wood, and the grove will be forever denied you. Rot here in the Grellwood for all time, and good riddance.
What happened here? This shade, is it still alive? Perhaps it can give us the answers we seek. Only the Count's sword has the power to bind souls to the tree like this. To release that being from the Tree of Souls, we'll need more than simply cutting it. There is a battlefield not far from here that runs red with rust. Renly will know how to forge them. Bring the runes to him. And then, perhaps, we shall find some answers. I'll wait here. The old magics will protect me.
Creature!
What foulness dwells here?
Shut the point!
must maintain a fine balance.
Yes. I will treasure it. Goodbye.
I will say I like the potion system for 2 better than I do 1. Yay!
I won't be getting through here. For now.
So, 2 compared to 1 feels nicer mechanically. There's really not a lot of big difference between them, other than the fact that in 1, portal scrolls were a resource that you had to actively watch, and you didn't have a dodge mechanic. And the fact that portaling no longer is a resource you need to manage, that is also very nice. Also, this isn't my first time playing Path of Exile 2. I've played it before. It's been a while since I've played Path of Exile 2, but I've played it before, so the game's not new to me. The combat also does feel nicer in 2 than in 1, but it...
Generations of senseless conflict. And for what? Carry few possessions. Don't have room for that.
I like the combat of,
Could that hold the runes?
I like the combat of 2 better. I also like the way that, like, mechanically it feels. I do like the skill gem system, but I like the skill gem level up system of Path of Exile 1 more, where the more you continue to use a skill gem, the more it continued to level, than, like, you have to pick up higher level skill gems. I also enjoy the world of 2 more than 1.
The old ways still hold.
Ew.
Spirits in the trees be damned. You actually entered the Red Veil and survived.
Backseaters, disgusting.
Yeah, sure. I'll take it off your hands. Go make a legend or two.
Hi Trey. I am winning. How are you doing? It's good to see you. I'm good, that's good. Glad to hear. Just hopping around? Solid. Yay, levels! Progressively, I become less squishy.
A malicious presence lingers here.
Who tooted? I would ask one of the cats, but I don't think he has gas anymore. Or at least not noticeable gas.
I have no room for that.
I don't have a fart redeem. I need to set up entertaining redeems though. All of my redeems are like the basic redeems to like tell me to make sure I take care of myself. Because you know, I'm a streamer, we don't take care of ourselves.
Yeah.
I've no room for that.
I have somewhat regularly, like, intervaled, stream breaks that I take, and what I mean by, like, semi-regular interval is it's generally anywhere between an hour and 30 minutes or at least 2 hours in stream. But in cases where I get very hyper-focused into the game that I am playing, there's times that where like I will actually completely forget to take my break, and then that's when like a mod or like just someone in general is like, have you taken a break recently? And then I have to remember the fact that it's like, shit, it's been X amount of hours. I haven't actually taken a break yet. Whoops. A lot of the times I remember to get snacks because of the fact either I will be hangry or my stomach is demanding food.
Just one more. I carry few possessions, and I don't have room for that.
The maw demons also make me uncomfortable. Like, that is one of those creature designs in a video game where you kind of just have to ask, what were the devs thinking when they made this creature? It's to the same effect of when you are fighting the gaping dragon in Dark Souls. Like, who in FromSoft had the idea to make this creature, and like, what was like going on in their head? I also don't want anything to do with Gaping Dragon. It's for the same reason I want nothing to do with the Maw Demons either. Like, the Maw Demons just make me think Little Gaping Dragon, but with no tail and absolutely all legs. Man, why do I have to get a degenerate on YouTube when I'm in the middle of a boss fight?
Sleep now and dream no longer.
I must maintain a fine balance.
Yeah.
I have no room for that.
Oh! I'm not sure what I'm going to do with it, but cheers.
feel like that was just completely
Sure, I'll
whack.
take up your hands. Remember us when you're famous.
Also, it's been a hot minute since I've actually gotten anybody like that over on YouTube. And it's also kind of been a hot minute in general since I have gotten
if you find a fight,
degenerates in general. Because all of them used to actually be on TikTok, and since I don't stream to TikTok, I don't get them anymore. And they're most of the reason why I don't stream to TikTok anymore. The other reason I don't stream to TikTok anymore is the fact that TikTok's just not a very VTuber-friendly platform. Sure, I know I have two friends on TikTok who are fairly successful and they are VTubers, but if you're not overly engaging, you're not trying to curtail to a specific audience or a specific type of people over there, you're not going to be super successful. And the thing is it's like, yeah, TikTok lives are a weird place. And it's like, am I completely done with streaming to TikTok? I don't think so. I might go back eventually. I think what I'm kind of doing right now is I'm doing a algorithm purge, I think. Basically where it's like I'm giving my live space time to breathe and refresh, because if I give it time to purge itself, when I eventually go back, will I still get the nasty feet and mommy ASMR degenerates showing up? More than likely. It's what comes with the territory of being a femme presenting furry VTuber. Or even not just furry VTuber. It's what comes with being a femme-presenting VTuber, even though I'm non-binary. But the thing is it's like... Yeah, I get people who constantly will be like, so, feet cam when? I also get the people that are like, will you do mommy ASMR? And I'm just... It's wild, the people who come in and will just spew stuff from their mouth. Like, I'm not hearing cohesive thoughts. I'm hearing word vomit. And not just that, I get the, like, brain rot crowd, too. Mommy ASMR is a crazy ass. Yeah, that's potentially true. In which it's like, as I mentioned to somebody who was like watching on YouTube earlier, to each their own. It's okay if you like Livtubers, and it's okay if like you support those people, but treating everyone like that, or even just so much as treating a random person on the internet like they're just an entertainer, they're not an actual human being, is disgusting. Because the number of times I've banned people for openly admitting to like being gooners in my chat is crazy.
I've no room for that.
Like, I've had people straight up in the TikTok chat be like, I just busted all over my computer screen, thank you. Because they felt it's, like, necessary to just tell everybody what... Like, they just feel like it's necessary to tell people that kind of business. Unfortunately, that's the issue, Razakal, is people will do just that. They will push those things onto you because you're a random stranger on the internet. They don't think they won't think that they will be held accountable for their actions because you don't know them. Therefore, since you don't know them and they don't know you, that means they can get away with whatever they want. Well, shocker for them. They can't get away with whatever they want. On top of that, there's also the fact that it's like, alright, if they want to behave like unintelligible cavemen, TikTok, YouTube, and Twitch are not the places for that. The places for that specifically state that's what they are for. And the people on those platforms also are okay with that. That's why they're on those platforms. While at the same time, the creators that are on sex work platforms are okay with being treated are okay with sexualization, are okay with people saying those things to them. At the same time, they are still... Thank you for the sub, Razakel. At the same time, those people are still creators, and they still deserve to be treated with respect. So, therefore, they might be okay with you sexualizing them, and they might be okay with you, like, talking dirty to them. They still have boundaries for how you act and what you say, because there are still things that are going to be, like, not okay with them. That's fair. I know not a lot of people are fans of the ads, and it's like, if I could make it so you guys didn't have to watch them, I would, but it's a requirement of Twitch.
I carry few possessions.
I was expecting that fungus man to explode. Oh no. Yeah, that's always the worst thing.
Have them. Stab them in. Bye. Good. Now the others.
Time to discover what truly happened out here.
I know that I've had it happen before too, where I have raided people and I've immediately gotten hit by ads, and they go into their like raid gratitude rant, and whenever they're like, "Oh, how was your stream? What were you doing?" I usually don't get that because I get hit by ads. So I'm just like, I don't know if you actually said anything to me. I was in ad jail. And then that's when this Dreamer's like, oh no, I'm sorry, I was asking how you were doing and like what you were streaming. And it's like, oh.
He's unconscious, but he's breathing. Though, this wound. We should take him back to Clearfell. He may be the only one who knows what truly happened out here. The wound. It should be fatal, but somehow he clings to life. I fear it will not be long until his song ends. He will never heal while the Count's binding still holds sway. Only by a Count's hand can this binding be released. I know an old tale, one that speaks of a ring we might be able to recover, buried 3 centuries ago in our ancient graveyard.
Yeah, me too.
A Count's signet ring, bearing his rune of authority.
Or well, the thing is it's like,
the grim tangle.
In
the overgrown sinkholes and gullies that run beneath Ogham can lead
there's
you
a setting in
The path is dangerous, but go back to the
there's a setting for the ads where you, and it's like, I feel like it's dumb that if you have this setting enabled, you still get full ads on stream, because there is a thing where it lets you have browser ads, which are, the stream is still running, but you'll have ads that will pop up on the side of the stream up in the corner. And that's what YouTube is doing with their ads, is they'll have pop-up like corner ads where they will run, but they won't interfere with the stream. Twitch has that also, but the thing is they're not constant. They're only maybe there's a 75-25% chance, and yet they still have the full, alright, you have 5 minutes of ads that play during the actual stream, and it's like, what's the point of having the sidebar ads if you're still gonna just play the ads on the stream? Because with the sidebar ads, yes, there's ads playing, people can see them, they're sidebar, but like, you also have ones that are like actually interrupting the gameplay, and that forces people away and turns people off. Like, if you're going to give the option of having sidebar ads, yeah. If you're going to have the option for sidebar ads, you should make it so that sidebar ads, you should have the option of, do you still want stream ads, or do you just want sidebar ads if you're going to have ads? Because, let me tell you, do you know how many people would love sidebar ads that don't actually interfere with the stream? That, okay, there's an ad, it's on the side of the screen, so you can still pay attention to stream, and there are still ads, so streamer can still get ad revenue. Because the whole thing is that you can watch ads and get money. That's why the ads are there. But it's like, most people lose viewership when the ads run because of the fact people don't want to watch them. It's like, if you want to incorporate ads into part of the monetization, make it so the ads are not going to interfere. Maybe. Because it's like, if you're going to make it so that you're forcing us to run ads, make it to where they don't interrupt stream. Because, again, people will still see them. on the side. And yeah, that's honestly more desirable than ones that actually interrupt stream.
Goodbye.
I heard you heading for the village. When I fled for my life, there was no time for me to grab all my smithing tools. If you do manage to reach my forge, you should find them and bring them here. I'll set up a bench, and we can see about working on your equipment. Deal. Go well.
Okay, I think I'm going to end stream. It's been a solid 9 hours. Most of that time spent waiting for the league to drop, and then another hour waiting for the PlayStation to install the game. I have never seen the movie Idiocracy to at all understand our Yap Sesh wasn't bad. No, it wasn't. It's always nice to just have a Yap Sesh, you know? Sometimes you just gotta yap. I haven't seen it. I think I've heard of it. But alright. Ending stream here, friends. We got into Path of Exile 2. After waiting a century for the League to drop and waiting for the game then to download, we finally made it. We're here. We're going to raid the Woolly one. Woolly one is also playing Path of Exile 2. A lot of people are going to be playing Path of Exile 2 with the new League and like the new updates. I appreciate you guys being here. I appreciate you hanging out. It's always great spending time with you guys, and it's always great being able to hang out. Next stream will be Monday. We will be picking up Path of Exile 2. Yeah, of course. We'll be picking up Path of Exile 2 again Monday, and doing more of the update, although I will probably balance Path of Exile 2 and Path of Exile 1 because so where I'm currently at with Path of Exile 1 is the farthest I have made it in Path of Exile 1. I'm actually like fully invested in Path of Exile 1 now. So I want to see the end of Path of Exile 1. I know there's stuff that, like, I'm missing in 2, because I haven't finished